everybody. We are going to run a little poll this morning just to see what we want to do. So the options for the poll are as follows. Are we going to use the world that I've already been working on for 4 in-game weeks? Are we going to create a new world using Hugh Hightower, which I created specifically for a live stream with a backstory? Or are we going to use the Dragonfly Sarah avatar to start a new world? So those are the 3 things. You can say current, Hugh, Sarah in the chat, and I will add them up. We're not going to have that many people voting. And so the idea here is that we are going to start streaming today. We are going to play through the packs. We're going to play all the way from Outdoor Retreat to Life and Death expansion, because we want to be ready to play Businesses and Hobbies the second it comes out. So get on the chat. Let me know what y'all want to do, and I'll take a pause for a few seconds. Control C, Control V, Control Z, U, duplicate, poll time. Okay, I didn't think this through, so we're gonna make up a quick thing telling everybody what we're doing, and we are going to go to taking a break, and we're going to start typing poll or not. We're gonna delete taking a break, and we are going to add text like taking a break, but new. Whole time. Okay. Poll options. There we go. And we're going to say current. The what is the name of this family? I know the name of this family. Aguirre. Oh no, it's the Scott family. It's the Aguirre-Scott family of 4 weeks. The Hugh Hightower, and he is a writer. And our last option is Dragonfly Sarah with new clothes, because the Dragonfly Sarah avatar is, of course, using completely current clothing. So we have to redress her. Possibly some of her traits will disappear too, loading her into Outdoor Retreat. So type 1 in chat. And okay, and poll options, transform, fit to screen. And let's put an background color. We're going to do something ostentatious. red. Okay. And okay. And so, the idea is I want to play all the packs because, one, I've never played some of the content in every pack, almost. And number two, pack, like, get to work. The cloning machine and get to work makes life so much easier down the road if the family has one. The desatting lotion, or whatever it's called, in Outdoor Retreat makes grief go away later down the road. And because you can clone that potion, then you get one person with herbalism maxed out. They make 1 or 3 of all the potions and put them in a chest that the Sims can't reach. And you can always grab one out, tell somebody to clone it, they drink the clone and put the original back in the box, and you've got 3 just in case you forget to do that one time, or 2. And if you forget to do it 3 times, then you get to get someone else up to level 10 herbalism. But you've got the insects collected and saved, so you can clone the insects that you need in order to make the new potion. If I don't get any votes in the next, by, I don't know, I'm going to give it 2 or 3 more minutes. If I don't get any votes, then I'm just going to use the Aguirre-Scott family. If we go that route, you might want to know something about them. And of course, my Aguirre-Scott family is a diary family. I've been keeping a journal of what they accomplish and what they do on a weekly basis. In the first week, just a few days after high school graduation, Sienna Aguirre moved to Willow Creek and joined the fitness career. By the weekend, she was level 3 team mascot and left Friday evening for her first vacation. She went to Granite Falls, obviously. On week 2, Sienna starts out her second full week in adulthood on vacation in Granite Falls. She spent this trip near the cabins, gathering plants and insects, hiking and fishing. Wednesday evening, she went on a date with Travis, a single dad from down the road. So, because we've got stories, the NPCs can really quickly end up with, stories. And Travis Scott, the business guy down the road in the BFF household, had adopted young Haley. And so the date was very successful, and Friday, Travis married her in the presence of young Haley's son. Saturday morning, we all went on our honeymoon together. So we took Haley along on the honeymoon to, yes, you guessed it, Granite Falls. Week 3, still in Granite Falls, Monday morning, Sienna announced she was pregnant. This followed by bad news that the family cannot afford their bills on time this week. Yeah, that's what you get for going on vacation every weekend. After selling some treasures Travis and Haley fished up, they paid the bills and returned home Tuesday morning. On a positive note, we even finished the Granite Falls plant collection this trip. Early Thursday morning, Ashlyn Scott was born to the loving couple and named heir apparent. So the way this works is the first child born to the previous generation's heir. So we started with Ziana. So Ziana's first surviving child at adulthood, would inherit. So Haley is going to get married off and move out, and she's going to get some funds to go with her, and she'll have packed up her personal things from childhood and whatnot and take them with her. But Ashlyn will be the next playing character that we're really focusing on. That's what it means by she became heir apparent. Friday evening, as usual, the family left for Granite Falls. Mom, dad, teen, and infant. And boy, was that an adventure. The family finished the Granite Falls fish before returning home for the week on week 4. Ashlyn became a toddler this week, and the family finished the frog collection. Ashlyn was actually the last one to breed one of the frogs we needed. They can't wait to get to the store to sell them. So one thing that I want to do in this playthrough is this family is not going to own stores. They're going to start up stores and buy and sell them when they have finished collections to add to the stock. This Friday, the family 4 left again for Granite Falls, and Saturday night, Travis missed his own birthday. He had a sad moodlet. Week 5, we returned from Granite Falls still missing the Blue Morpho Butterfly. So that's why we're still working on outdoor retreat with that family. And I have gone through all of that and not gotten a vote on which family y'all want to work with. So we are going to go with the Aguirre-Scott family, and we are going to pick up in week 5. And we are, hi. All right. We're also working on the current event. Back to the Past, or with Emmett. And we're on the week 2 stuff, I believe. We have to find an elder and talk to them. So we will be doing that during the week when we're not at Granite Falls, along with improving our careers and that kind of thing. Let me check something real quick, please. Okay, y'all should be able to hear the desktop audio now, assuming we get any. I have the music turned off so that I don't get... Oh, well, no, apparently I don't have the music turned off. I thought I... Oh, well, that music always plays, but the general game music I have turned off so that I don't get flagged for copyright content. I shouldn't, when I'm playing a game, their sound effects should be playing. It's part of me giving them promotion for free, but I don't trust it. Okay, it looks like it is the middle of the night. It is 2 o'clock on Wednesday. I tend to save and shut down between 2 and 6 in the morning when I shut down, and I tend to save every morning between 2 and 6. So it looks like everybody's asleep, and we're just fast forwarding until 6 a.m. or until somebody wakes up. 6 a.m. because that gives Haley time to get a shower and get breakfast before school. And it does not look like she's going to get her energy all the way full, but she'll be fine for the day. So we pause here at 6 a.m. and we tell her to take a shower, use the bathroom, brush her teeth, and yes, she's hungry, so she's going to get leftovers. And hopefully get out of the bathroom before somebody else wakes up. Travis is the next one to get up at 7. If he's not up before then. So on our calendar here, we can see that today the toddler will age up to child. And next week, Haley will age up and we'll need to move her out. So we need to start thinking about what she's going to do for a career. Her traits are clumsy, loves the outdoors, and collector. So she's not going to be a maintenance person because of the clumsy. It's 7 o'clock. Travis, wake up and shower. Use the bathroom. Brush your teeth. You're not necessarily hungry at the moment, and you'll eat at work if you so desire. You'll be hungry by the time you get out of the shower, probably. Yeah, let's go ahead and have you eat. We don't care if you get fat. Get leftovers. Okay. So, yeah. Clumsy, loves the outdoors. We're using base game careers because we don't have any of the other pack. Oh, does she have time to do this before school? I've got her working on... Does anything else need repaired? No. Have Travis mop the floor after he's done eating. And then clean up the dishes. I mean, seriously. And now Mom can get up because her energy is full. Take shower, use the bathroom, brush your teeth. And then we're running low on breakfast stuff at this point, so we're going to have her serve breakfast. We did pancakes last time. Let's do yogurt and fruit. Travis is off to work now. Okay. The toddler is still going to be in bed for a little while. What's all this going on over here? Travis is off to work. She had a eureka moment. Haley's off to school. Haley finished that. And welcome to... yes, I used a couple of mods. I should probably go through that real fast. Ooh, that's nice. Game options? Other... View custom content. Here we go. I use, which doesn't matter until we get Island Living, but I use the Solani Flyers notification so that I know when the events are going on in town. I use more woodworks from Little Miss Sam to make the woodworking table a more useful thing. That's right in line with my brand. Create our own beauty. And I use the gardening workaround because I don't care if EA says they fixed it. If I don't use it, I still end up, and even with her workaround, I still end up with the occasional plant reverting to dirt. But not even that. They'll revert to the planted state and still look like they're grown. So it's just something to watch, but her fix does make it better. I also use MC Command Center clubs and population because in my brain they fix a couple of things. The population fixes if you get cats and dogs and horses, suddenly if you've got a male and a female horse to breed them, so you've got 3 slots there, the male, the female, and the colt. And then you've got a dog and a cat that you just adopt when you need them. So that's 5. And so now you can only have 3 Sims, which means you can only have 1 child and you have to kill off grandparents. I like being able to change the population count. And the clubs is because before I added clubs in, a lot of clubs would disappear because members didn't join when other members died. Now the NPCs will join clubs. So that's my mods. She is cooking, and after she's done cooking, I want her to sell all. Actually, hold on. Maybe not. If I find fertilize. Has recently been fertilized. So yeah, sell all. And then water all. I don't see any bugs. And we're going to put the yogurt in the fridge. And she's going to clean her own plate. Good for her. And we have a puddle in the floor again. So she's going to mop that. Then she's going to go for a jog if the toddler's not up yet. Although the toddler's pretty self-sufficient at this point. Potty training level 2. All of his other skills are level 2 or level 3. Travis's new project is already falling behind schedule. Does he insist that everyone work late or try to persuade his boss that he needs more time? Let's argue for time. Performance loss. More time? That's hilarious. Travis's boss thanks him for a good laugh and dismisses him. Well, here's hoping the dev team likes pizza every night for the next 8 weeks. Oh, I'm on the wrong person. Is she gonna get the tree? She got the tree. Okay, so she got everything for a change. Sometimes she skips a plant. It's weird. This is our complete frog collection. We need to put it in somebody's inventory when Get to Work comes out and take it over to a lot in Magnolia Promenade and buy the lot, bulldoze the lot, put all the frogs and probably insects that we have at that time, because the insect collection will be finished before we do Get to Work, into into the store with minimal cash register. We made a very small startup, and then we're going to immediately sell it. And then we'll be able to buy things from it as our family. And then as we finish other collections, we'll go back and either add them to this living thing store or to this art store, or this. We'll have different stores for different themes. And eventually, as the family progresses, we'll level them up and make them prettier and make them better. The toddler is now up, and Sienna is done mopping the floor. She wants social, so we're going to take care of the toddler. The toddler wants to go to the bathroom, so Sienna is going to potty train Ashlyn on the filthy porta potty. Filthy toddler potty. We're going to clean it afterward, but we're not going to clean it before because the toddler is about to burst. But this gets her social up a little bit. The toddler will then need... Oh, we'll give the toddler a bath. Polish to perfection. And then give Ashlyn a bubble bath. And... And then she's gonna go to work. And we're gonna send the baby to daycare because if we hire the nanny doesn't show up until like 4:30, and he still charges me for 2.5 hours. So now that the toddler is back, that means the teen is back. How is she doing? She's low on energy, but not that low. So let's do her homework. Oh, she went fishing and we forgot to... Well, that can still go in the fridge. Yeah. Poor condition, but it's not foul. Attempt to identify these so we can put them away, please. And then do your homework. And what? She's not going to be able to figure them out again. Been working on this for days. They got back Sunday night. The toddler can... Yeah, she has no idea what this is. Can study shapes. I believe his thinking skill is only level... No, his thinking skill is level 3. So is his movement. He needs imagination. So stop that and play with toy. Play with... Little camping buddy. Play with the little camping buddy. She was not able to identify either of those. Do we have the Herbalism Volume 1? You. Sore subject. Sienna has been feeling some tightness today during the warm-ups before the big game. Should she check in with the trainer or just play on it? See the trainer. The trainer feels playing the game would be a poor choice and makes Sienna sit. The team loses. Still better than suffering a worse energy but performance lost. I totally agree. Read. No, we do not have the Herbalism book. Do we want to get the Herbalism book so that we can get this stuff out of her inventory? Nah. We'll get Herbalism as she tries to figure out what these are. So we'll just go back down here and attempt to identify and attempt to identify. And the toddler is level 3 in everything but potty at this point. So I'm going to send her back to the potty. Go potty. We still need to find an elder. Oh, I know. Haley should ask over her old nanny. This guy. Oh, wait, no. You have to do it. This guy. Invite over to current lot. And she can ask him about it. He's an elder. Okay, seriously, stop playing with the toy. You've played enough. You need to go potty, and then we're gonna get you something to eat. She puts her toys away. Isn't that so cute? And she should be building responsibility when she does that. Wait, no, we don't have that pack yet. No, Toddlers don't gain responsibility. You know what? I don't remember. But I can find out. Travis is home. Is she gaining responsibility? No. All right. Travis is bored. Go figure. His work thing is to program. His needs are all green, so he's going to go up here and program because the next thing on his aspiration is also to program either a game or an app, I think. Yeah, a video game or an app. So we are going to program, and since we still don't have the option of programming something, we are going to practice programming. She has finished her homework. She is getting ready to get up off the toilet. We have garlic noodles. We can feed her garlic noodles. Grab a serving of that, kiddo. And Haley is inviting the old guy over. And we're going to have her attempt to identify these things again. If we get lucky, we'll have... Oh, she leveled up her herbalism, but still has no idea what the first plant or the second plant is. She's herbalism level 4. The first book won't work. Really? She didn't level up her potty skill that way? Okay. You. Ask him about the shard. That nobody actually has in their inventory. It's not in anybody's inventory. I've looked. I never thought they were real. I remember stories from when I was a youngster about something like this. People believed it was an echo from the past, which could be used for time travel, but I always thought they were just that, stories. So now I need to research shards of time. Well, he is already at the computer. So let's just tell him to stop programming and research shards of time and then go back to programming. She is tired. Let's have her grab a serving of noodles too, and then we'll put it away. No. Travis is a programmer. He can't dislike programming. No. Just no. I don't care if he's bored today. Put that back in the fridge. She likes fishing, and she still needs to reach. Search objects for shards of time. Even everyday items can contain echoes of the past. Select on sofas, bookshelves, computers, refrigerators, and many other objects. Alright. When she's done eating, we'll have her start doing that. You are going to stop and play a game for a little while, hoping that you have completed 25% done. So you are going to go back to programming after you eat. You, after you eat, are not going to look for shards of time in that. Are not going to look in shards of time of that. Okay, they said refrigerators. Search for shard of time. Oh, so it's not every item, but it could be any item. So we have to click on all of them.
Paguna, Brashu, and Arva. Huh.
Use the wall up. Got this phone here. I still can't click on. Attempt to identify that mushroom and then put it back in your pocket, you silly goose. I'm wondering where that went. Search for shard of time there. Did she put it back down on the table or did she put it in her pocket? Good. His phone is ringing. Summer Holiday would like to come over and hang out. You know what? His social's a little low, so let's do that. Didn't I tell him to play a video game? Search for shard of time in the toilet. You are going to gossip about neighbors. Or not. Okay, for God's sakes. Oh, that's why he didn't. Okay. Deep conversation. Go after her, damn it. And you're going to come up here and repair that. All right, we're out of things to search. Oh, please don't want her to search this. Okay, good. No. No. I have a feeling it's not going to be something we can put in our inventory. Could it be a plant? Oh, spray for bugs. Okay, so no, it's not going to be a plant. Clean up the dishes. Okay, search. Sofas, bookshelves, computers, refrigerators, maybe many other objects. So maybe when the computer gets... We found 2. So maybe when she fixes the computer, we can search it. But otherwise, we appear to be out of spots to search.
Found him. Shanawi? Mirane. Noba.
Okay, she should move him out of the way, or he should move out of the way. Oh, and she is not going to do those things. We're going to make him do them. She's going to use the bathroom. And then apparently she's going to go to sleep because that's what she's going to do. Mom is home and Mom has decent handiness skill, I think. So repair that. The toddler is currently doing nothing. What skill do we need to be working on? Potty. Go potty. Get this one up before we get notified that she has to age up. And yeah, she has to age up today. So let's get the potty skill up to level 3 and then age her up. That's as good as we can do. She's going to bed. He needs to go to the bathroom. Get leftovers. And sleep. She is repairing the spray area for bugs. Which she'll enjoy because... Oh, right, she hates handiness. Oh, well. Achievement Whimsical. I believe that's finish 100... Yeah, 100 whims across all sims. And Ashlyn's birthday popped up. Oh, somebody found the shards. Okay. Show Emmett the shards of time. So she is going to call Emmett to come over to the current lot when she's done with that. And we're just going to replace this because... And she's going to mop that. And are you level 3 potty now? Yes, yes you are. Okay. So we are going to have... Open... We've got a cake in here with candles on it. We did. There it is. And we're going to have you... help blow out candles for Ashlyn Scott. And then we're going to have to upgrade her bedroom.
Frinka, prove unsa. Sonza brista.
And she's going to use the bathroom.
Piff Dravoy. Snares.
And then she's going to show him the shards of time.
K West. Chavist. Or that the young Mobila slave.
What you doing? Okay.
African.
Here we go.
Biba.
Now her movement skill is the highest, so let's get a trait that relates to that somehow. So not genius. No. No. Active and loves the outdoors, and her mom loves the outdoors. That works. And then high skill was active, so rambunctious stamp. Alright. And she's extremely angry now. Because she's got a toddler's moodlet. Alright, let's decorate her room. The other mod y'all saw was no weather during build by. That doesn't have any effect until we start working with seasons. But when you start working with seasons, it basically removes the snow and the puddles and whatnot when you're in build by mode so that you can see what you're doing. We need to get rid of the toddler bed. Did we save? This is comfort 3. This is comfort 2. We don't want that. These are the hamburgers left over from the camping trip. And they're still good for 5 hours. Soul Star Athletic poster. Put it over their bed. And the clock we'll put in the office. On that wall. Oh, and there's something that we need to get while we're... I want to go to here and search burglar. There's only the one. Alerts burglar alarm. 85 simoleons. We can't afford it. Let's put it right here on the wall. And we're going to have to arm it and whatnot. And then we were doing her bedroom. Does it not appear that we've been saving any... We don't usually start saving furniture until we've start making our own furniture. So delete that. The rocking chair... Yeah, delete. The toy chest we're going to backspace into household inventory because we don't want to have to buy all the toys we've got stored in it again. We've got stuff like toys from Granite Falls, and when we go to the jungle, we'll have the dolls from Celadora, from the jungle. Kids, furniture, teen dreams is what I'm looking for. There we go. She'll have this bed through her childhood and her teen, and she's wearing green and brown. So the green and brown bed will fit perfectly with her selection of clothing. She'll keep the bear, and she needs a dresser. And did we give her a desk? No, we gave her the art thing because she was a creative kid. Maybe we give her a desk instead of a dresser. Give her a desk facing out her window. Desk and desk chair. Okay, and can we change Barfly's coloring? Not anything we want. Bookcase can stay. If I put the thing up, she's got a wall light above the bed. We want, oh, we know exactly what we want. We want to replace that with a night light. This one. See, they look the same, but this one turns out at night. This one does not. And if we put it over the bed, she won't have nightmares or monster under the bed issues. And then because it's just a nightlight, we'll give her, there's a, she loves the outdoors. It's a floor lamp. Yeah. And other kids' furniture includes this dresser. I don't want it. We'll get her a dresser when we give her a bigger room. Okay. What else? Let's change her wallpaper. Because kids always want their walls painted when they come of age. Do we have any green and brown? There. Focus wall in the room. And now we get to take a short break because my phone is ringing. Okay, everybody. Sorry about the very long break, but we're back now. And I think we've got this room squared away. Ready for active child. She's going to need to play on jungle bars. And I don't remember. Let's go back to live mode real quick and check the local area. Wonder what exception we caught. I don't really care. Yeah, there aren't any jungle bars in this neighborhood. So we're just gonna make a little play area over here since she's an active child. And we'll do outdoor activity. That's build. I want buy. I want outdoor activities. And make that right outside her windows. Put a little swing set there. And you. This is the only jungle bar we have in option. We'll make it green and put it right up against the house here on this end to indicate that end of the play area. And then because we're doing Granite Falls, we'll put it's a little big. I forgot all of a sudden how to turn it, so I'm going to do it with the keyboard. If we put this here and put this here, and then we do some terrain painting, and we do some sand. Or, hey, we're doing Granite Falls. Let's use that one. And we're going to make this smaller. Not that small. And do a path past here over to here. Under here. And then around to here. And then do some mud up against the house where the path isn't. And add some plants, some shrubs. That's what that was going around. And doesn't come in other colors. And then we go back to the terrain paints and we grab the sand we were discussing earlier and make it small and do it on the side of the gravel. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Now we have an active child's play area. We're missing outdoor lighting. By mode. Lighting. Outdoor. Green. And we need to go back to terrain paint because we need a path around this way. And we'll put the mud where people stand a lot and drop things. And there. And back to light mode. And we have to set the lights back to auto lights. And we're ready to have a child. Well, we have a child, but now we're ready for her. Yeah, y'all get it. The hamburgers are good for another 5 hours. Let's put them in the fridge. Let's have the child clean up. She doesn't go to school tomorrow because her birthday was, or today because her birthday was after midnight. We got rid of her. We got her birthday taken care of. So now she's talking to Emmett. Let's have her show him the shards of time.
Hey boy. Sure does.
And Mom is a little tired. Study opponents is what she's supposed to do. And then go to sleep. And we're playing Ashlyn.
Oh, Nerfa.
The discovery of the Shard of Time is a revelation that the past leaves echoes, ripples that can be found in the future. With the shard in hand, it's time to build a time travel component and become a time traveler like Emmett. Okay, quest complete. So, we can now claim Handiness Volume 1, the Get Up Alarm Clock, Time Waits for No Sim, Set It, Forget It, and I'm hoping it actually works and it's not just since it's an electronics and not clutter. Another missing sim cartridge, 500 simoleons, Revolert Neck Stabilizer, don't leave time without it. Okay. And that finishes week 2, I'm pretty sure, and we'll be going on to week 3 in a second. Inventing the past. Having discovered the secret element of time travel, Emmett has challenged you to become a time traveler as well. Continue this quest to find out how to build a time traveler component. So now we're doing Inventing the Past. Oh, that's still week 2. Wow, I'm really behind. Okay. Do you find them? I thought I was the only one who knew about them. These little echoes of the past can be used to build a time machine. Which, hey, you know what? Yeah. You're going to build one of your own. Okay, and we need to read theoretical electronics at a library, repair something while handiness is level 2 or higher. Well, the kid can't do that. And exercise your mind while at level 2 or higher in logic. So the teen or Yana is going to have to take over, but because there's handiness involved, I'm tempted to say the teen is going to do this step. The child is tired, so she is going to get a bed and go to sleep, and we're going to send him home. We don't need him around right now. And we're going to go through everybody's inventory until we find this milk. Oh, that was lucky. Find this milk carton and put it on the table with the other milk cartons. And we're going to get somebody out of bed to put candles back on that cake so it can go back in the fridge. So that's a trick with the game. If you put candles on the cake before you put it away, the Sims won't eat it. Not even the NPCs that you can't control. They will not choose it out of the fridge if it has candles on it. And you can put it in the fridge with lit candles on it. So, wow. Okay. Is she done with this yet? 50% done. Put it on llama speed. And this is my mod reminding me to save between 2 and 6 because that's when I always save. But more importantly, 2:24 is apparently when I saved last night. I don't use it to save because it creates a new save, but I use it as a reminder. And we're going to get her in bed before we... Oh, she automatically stopped when she was complete. Okay, I'm going to pause. Put the cake back in the fridge so that it's available for the next birthday. And she's going to bed. She's in bed. The teen's in bed. It's between 2 and 6, and we save. And while it's saving, we update our diary. So let's see what happened. Ashlyn had a birthday, a very nice birthday. On Wednesday night. Yeah, that's pretty much about it. Okay. And away we go. Waiting until 6 a.m. for... Oh, we want to see about that alarm clock we just got. All right, let's clean out everybody's inventory. It's a good time to do that. We don't need the toddler bed anymore. She's got the shards of time, so okay. An echo through time found in items in the world and concentrated in a crystallized shard. I wonder what it looks like. Can I put it down? Let's go to this table over here that's got a slot. No, I can't drag it. Okay. The child should have her homework and nothing else. She's got handiness that needs to go into the bookcase. Mom has some upgrade parts that should go to the teen. Dad's inventory is empty, so we need to go to build mode. And we go to objects by function, show all, and we filter by special event rewards. And the alarm clock is here. So let's get a green one if we can. Oh, okay, we'll do brown. Put it there on her desk. And let's see what that does. Set alarm for room. Morning. 6 a.m. See how this works. All right, it switched it to play, but that might be because... But it did not wake her up. It didn't wake her up. Well, she doesn't go to school today, so she doesn't need to wake up. She's up and tense. So let's take a shower, use the bathroom, brush your teeth, get leftovers, and go fishing. And we'll put her on slack off in school if she's still tense, if she's still low on fun when the school day starts. I have to wait until she's done with the bathroom before we tell him to take a shower, or we end up with really bad moodlets. And he needs fun. Play Blick Block. What was that? Give me that again? Oh. Haley is off to school. So Slack off.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
And she's up. Let's have her do a morning routine. And then get leftovers. And do her homework. Travis is off to work. Haley's off to work. Can she clean the toilet? No. So she needs to do that when she wakes up. Polish to perfection. Take a shower. Use. Brush teeth. Then get leftovers. And then sell all. Weed all. And we're out of things to tell her to do. Water all. And does anybody see any bugs buzzing? Bugs buzzing? No bugs. Homework complete. On her aspiration, she wants to play on a jungle gym while playful. Well, a jungle gym wouldn't have fit in our yard. They're huge, and this is a small yard. So she needs to go to a park. Mom needs to go to a library, but does Mom work today? No. Sorry. No, Mom doesn't work today. So let's let Mom get her stuff done, and then we'll go to town with the two of them and do what they need to do. She does need to get her fun up, so she can practice that for a while, and then play on that. And then swing. And go back to Mom. She's eating, and then she'll take care of the garden. That's sell all right? Yeah, good. It's Thursday. Now, we did find out last time that only 3 people can sleep in the large tent, which is why we had the camping toddler bed. So when we go this weekend, we're going to have to get another small tent for Haley to sleep in, probably. Because they won't all fit in the family tent. Family tent only fits 3. We'll test it again before we do so, but we're not going to be surprised if that's the case, because I think we tested it last weekend when we tried to put the toddler in with 3 adults. The 2 adults and the toddler went in, and then Haley didn't fit. So we took Haley out, and so we took the toddler out and put Haley in, and got the toddler her own bed. But she's not a toddler anymore. Evolve the grow fruit. How about that? Okay. You are swinging. You are home from school already? Why did I not see that? She's fishing. You know what? That's what she needs to do. So let's just leave her at it, and you take Ashlyn to travel. We're thinking, we're thinking, we're thinking, we're thinking. We need to go to the library. And we'll get Ashlyn playful while we're there. Have her tell jokes to people. While Mom reads the theory book. And then we'll head to the park and play on the playground until she finishes that milestone in the aspiration. Alright, so Mom is going to read theoretical electronics, and you are going to do a funny introduction to this gentleman here, who happens to be a librarian.
Ah. 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 Yeah.
Lorraine the North.
Oh.
Berloy Wazoo.
Yibsy. Fadish.
Somebody else is doing that.
Fluffa
So
Kazoo.
funny jokes.
Millsy?
Joke about nacho cheese.
Zoo Zumbo.
Funny stories. Tell goofy
Zombie
story.
Blaireau.
Miss Stevie?
Hmm.
Fluffin.
Goof around.
Hmm.
Oh. Pinay.
Millsy?
Yeftime. Abasani.
Roots and Arb.
Susubumo.
Clem?
Hmm.
Miss Stevie?
Lumba Yolo. Larnoi Ibazo. Lua Wime Naba.
Drip.
Grasha. Beepsa. Beepsa. Hanoi.
Ew.
Hanoi. Turkey Brota.
Okay, if she's not, maybe I have to have her tell her a joke for this to work.
Oh,
Open. Vappin. Lopey.
Elfris.
Morbiso. Yafavint.
Yafla.
Submergs Nizo. Boujing. Capuno. Dashimo Shanib. Pwipsalai. Spiffy Yibs. Spiffa Yibs. Globe.
Oh,
Rabo Klutz, huh? Huh?
Mac.
Mac?
Aha.
Hey.
Saba Poofa.
Okay, this is supposed to work.
Bonil.
Mekche.
Flaffador.
Oh, Pardue.
Sawani Junga.
Okay, now they're both playful. Okay. Collect Plathium. Desert Bloom Park and Oasis Springs. Alright, sure. We can do that. Mom, we're going to travel to Oasis Springs.
Boisa. Abra-broop. A pleva. Abanori Yikla. Let him move. Ubisa stay. A Krosla Nagar. Huh?
And Friday will come around tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I have to hit this button. And Friday will come around tomorrow in the real world and the game. How about that? Okay, you are going to play Space Explorer, and you are going to go digging up stuff. Let's start over here. I have to let it play for them to spawn in. So just jog here. I thought I had to. Rocks, frogs, anything? Great place to look is Oasis Springs, it says. I think it's full of baloney. That used to be... Okay, they moved that. That used to be... Okay, Oh, okay. When we get someone to level 10, they will come and open that up. You know what? Jog here. She needs to reach level 5 motor skill and then practice type work while practicing typing. We'll do that at home, obviously. She can just keep playing on the thing for right now. She is trying to find a... There we go. Dig. That can't be the only one in Oasis Springs. I'm missing something. Dig. Okay, these weren't here, so yes, I did have to wait for them to spawn in. Dig. Alright, now we can play while she... In fact, we can double speed. Something I do is make the plants grow up. Because they should have grown up while I was in another world. Collect Irontonium. A good place to look is Deckard's Bloom Park in Oasis Springs. So we're here. Obtain an electronic upgrade part. Yeah, we're gonna order that probably. Dig. Since we've got her digging all of these anyways, we're just gonna go ahead and have her finish. Oh, got it. It's the evolve options. We don't actually need her to look for frog. We've completed the frog collection, but now part of me wants to hang out until 6 a.m. when all this stuff that I've set to do this actually blooms. So that we can collect the plants for the gardening collection. But something tells me I didn't. Alright, that's it. Something tells me that they're not. Okay, we can take care of hunger here because we can cook on the barbecue, and there's bathrooms. Her energy is about half full. No, we cannot stick around. So, really quickly, you are going to go to the bathroom. And then travel home because you want to go to bed. Okay. Yeah, this is something that came in the latest update, and it makes me so happy because sometimes you actually don't know what lot you're on. For instance, if you're in the police officer career with Get to Work, you go to random lots to investigate crime. And you see something nearby that you'd like to come and collect while you're off work. And you go to the map and you have no idea where you are. It's not marked, but now it is. Now, whoever's traveling is marked. I'm on this lot, which is nice. Do 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 do. Okay. After everybody gets home from work or school, respectively, on Friday, we'll head to Granite Falls again. And we will minimize this when we're doing that because we're not working on this while we're in Granite Falls. We're working on finding the Blue Morpho Butterfly. Wow, the house looks like crap. They broke everything while we were gone. Okay, get leftovers and then clean up and then go to sleep. You slept when you got home from school instead of continuing to fish. So now you are going to continue to fish. Oh, wait, no, you're not. You're going to fix. You're going to repair that, mop that. Order an electric upgrade part. a shard of time. You only need one. Okay, level 2 in handiness and logic, a place of auronium and platinum, and an electronic upgrade part. Mom's got the metals. But see, here's the thing. This is our current metal collection. We have 3 of them. I'm willing to bet we don't have this platinum and this auronium on the floor yet. Yeah. Platinum goes there, auronium goes there, death metal goes there. So it goes like that. We don't have extras of them. And we don't have the cloning machine yet because we don't have Get to Work. So do we use the metals to build this time travel thing or hold on to this until we've got the cloning machine? And the way I'm going to figure that out is I'm going to use my phone and I'm going to find out when this event is over. And if it's over in the next 2 days, if it's still going at least through March 1st, we're going to wait. It's a gamble. But I want the time travel component, but I also want a full collection, and this one is uncommon. This one is common, but we'll get a lot of them. So we'll get a lot of them when we go hunting around the science center. But what is this thing called again? Blast from the Past. Is a 1999 film. Blast from the Past Sims 4. We're going to look up that film later and see what's going on there. It will run for 6 weeks. And I believe we're currently on week 4. This article says nothing about when the event started. Here we go. Well, on the synopsis, I saw the date, March 18th. But I can't find it in the actual article. Okay, let's see if I add the word dates to my search option. Yeah, to March 18th. My brother's birthday. Okay. Yeah. All right, so we've got time. We'll go ahead and claim this stuff now. Banquet table and logic volume 1. We'll wait on this on using up these. We'll try to get multiples before we, or the cloning machine 1 before we hand it over. Extract fossil. And go to our fossils collection. We're missing 1. And I didn't get a big collection finish thing up here, so yeah, we're still missing 1. We got a new fish. Doesn't look like it, but I'll look at the wall. We did get a new crystal. It's not telling me which one's new. Orange topaz, peach, and amethyst. Orange topaz, peach, amethyst. So peach, orange topaz goes before that. And amethyst was right below orange topaz. Right there. That's an extra. Extras go in this chest. We know the frog's an extra. And we know that all of these are extras. And let's open and go over here to this collection. And we got a new hopper. And the other one must be a duplicate. Hopper goes on the... What is that doing out here? Stop that. Hopper goes on the end over here. And this is DJ Candy. And she's got an orange base. Right there. So she's an extra. Alright, her inventory is empty. His inventory is empty. Her inventory has the stuff for the time machine other than the metals. She's ready to go to bed. She is going to go to repair something. And then she is going to play logic game. The chess. She is going to get leftovers. And then... Oh, she needs to own fitness equipment. We're gonna have to do some remodeling. Nope. We're gonna turn this into a home gym when Haley moves out and Ashlyn moves upstairs. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Yeah, she's just gonna go to sleep after that. And what did he do? He didn't sleep the whole time he was at home. But he needs to practice programming and not watch romance because, come on. Did she eat? She did not eat. Okay, get out of bed. Use the bathroom. Polish to perfection. Get leftovers. Sleep. And is her logic skill... Her logic is only level 1, so she needs to increase her logic skill. So she's doing that. Handiness skill is ready. Travis's, really? Travis's logic skill is ready. Haley reached level 2. Travis could make the thing, apparently. No, his logic isn't high enough. Okay, it's 4 o'clock. We're sending these people to bed just because they need to go to bed. For a little while, anyways. And it's between 2 and 4 and everybody's in bed, so we save. Alright, people. It's Friday. Let's get ready for vacation. Put this away for the moment. Okay, that time it did get her out of bed. And she's going to ponder moves while she's waiting for the bathroom.
Da-da-da. Shit. La la la.
School starts. Left outdoors. Feeling cooped up. Travis. It actually may be time to do a series remodel on this house with 4 people in it and only 1 bathroom. Got something ready to evolve down there. Take shower.
Neely.
Child. Clean up. And clean out spoiled food. She needs to make a boyfriend. So we're gonna have her make friends while at school today. And she can take shower. Use. Brush teeth. Travis needs to eat breakfast. Alright, she's not hungry yet, so let's start with... Oh, hold on. Can we fertilize? Can we fertilize? She has no fertilizer in her inventory. We can fertilize. So, we're going to harvest the grow fruit. And then we are going to sell all. And... Does that need water? Apparently not. Nothing needs water. This is ready to evolve. Okay. I don't see any weeds or water, but this guy has bugs. So let's spray area for bugs. These guys need water. Where's water? Okay, well, the first things we fertilize is this. Fertilize with the grow fruit. And we fertilize you with the grow fruit. Then we go up this way. Fertilize, grow fruit. Fertilize, grow fruit. Fertilize, grow fruit. Fertilize, grow fruit. And then we'll have to do the continue on tomorrow. Let's try crack the whip this time. Back on track. Upper management is pleased. The team is complaining pretty loudly, but at least this time they have a reason. Performance game. Okay.
Neat boy.
Evolve. Evolve. Evolve.
Oh, lava.
Evolve. Evolve. Okay. Those are all of them that evolved when we fertilized them. She goes to work in 3 hours. She already studied her opponents. You know what? Let's redecorate a little bit. Build mode. Yeah, I really don't care. Okay. If we take this bed... Well, we need to check something first. Do we have bunk beds? Comfort bed. We don't have... Yes, we do have bunk beds in the base game. These are Energy 4, Stress Relief 2. These are Energy 4 and Uncomfortable. We want these ones. And we want them different colors, so we actually want to buy them separately. Metal framed bunk bed. Metal framed single bed. Okay, so cancel. We're going to get rid of this and get a red top bunk. And then we want a green bottom bunk. Ooh, green is not an option. Brown? Brown is not an option. What else does she wear? I mean, we could just keep that bed and put it up here. Which one's got better stats? Teen Dreams is energy and 1. Energy 4 and discomfort 1. This one is stress and discomfort 2 with energy 4. So it's a better bed. But it doesn't come in a color she likes. Well, let's try that color and see what happens. And then we can get rid of this bed. And then we take this whole contraption up here. And we're going to place it where that is. And The toy box can stay, and we could go ahead and sell this one because this one has all the toys in it. Put the light over here. We've got the light on the lamp, and we need the night light next to the bed. And we don't need the violin anymore. We can put the dresser there. We need Barfly, whatever his name is. He can sit right there. And this bookcase can go away. We have another one upstairs. And then she still gets her wallpaper on one wall. We put the trophy case on the wall in the parents' room. We can move that over, move this desk to that position, move the clock onto that wall. Move the lamp there, the toy box there, the door there, and bring this way. And build a new wall here. And copy that wallpaper over here. And copy this wallpaper up here. And copy this flooring up here. Copy that door there. And it's possible to put how do you do it? How do you do it? How do you do it? You put the toilet, first one that's not uncomfortable. There. You put the sink there. And you put the shower there. doesn't actually come through the wall. And then I believe they can use that. Lighting this one. I think they can still use this, but I might actually need to rotate it a little bit. Like that. I think they can use that. I think they can use all of that. Okay, so that gives them a bathroom up top. And we still have, get rid of the toddler toilet. Still have the larger bathroom with a bathtub downstairs. And then we go to outdoor? No. Study activities? No. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see, who is this? Ashana? Nice to meet you. Be sure to get into the chat and tell me what you'd like me to do. Right now I'm looking for the, you know what, we're just going to go to function because we're never going to find it in the other one. Physical activities, and we can put a treadmill and a weight machine in here. And we're not going to repaint, we are going to add a light. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for following. All follows are appreciated. Ceiling lights. Just a standard one. Okay. And live mode. We're just going to test this out real quick. She's got nothing better to do at the moment, so we're going to tell her to take a brisk shower. That'll get her energized. And then go to the bathroom, and let's see if she can use all of this stuff up here. And we're going to auto light everybody. There we go. It does work. Okay. I feel the need to put a potted plant or something in that corner. I'd probably have to use move objects to make it fit, but we'll deal with that for right now. We'll deal with this for right now. Okay, she's hungry. She goes to work in 2 hours. Let's serve a garden salad, shall we? My tea is not hot anymore. That's okay. It's actually an iced tea that I drink hot, so it doesn't taste bad if it's cold. That should go away, and then, alright, she's going to be energized for work, so that's nice. She's got work in, yeah, as soon as she's done eating, basically. Aguirre-Scott has met Eliza while at school. I am personally very open to relationships of love between anyone. Pause. Valentina. Alright, Haley is hungry, so she's gonna eat something. Get leftovers. Hopefully she'll get the salad. And then she's going to do her homework. Ashlyn is exhausted. Okay, assign bed to Ashlyn and assign bed to Haley. So I'm going to have her take a couple of naps. And then I'm going to have her do her homework. And I'm just going to go ahead and clean up all of this stuff because, of course. Okay, Travis got a promotion. He gets the weekend off, so he won't miss any work, and he's still saving up vacation days. He needs to program in order to fill his daily need, but he needs to do that after he's fixed this. So let's get leftovers, and then play a video game. And then nap. Why is he sad? From angry employees work event. Okay. And practice programming. And we'll keep an eye on him, but he's set for a while. She's napping and then doing homework. I'll be notified when she finishes with her homework. So we are watching Haley. Haley finished her homework. Didn't get a pile of junk? Okay. Nope, we're leaving on vacation this afternoon. We don't have time for visitors. We are just waiting for Mom to get home at 9 p.m. 2.5 hours, and then we're gonna leave for vacation. Yes, like video gaming. Good call. Okay, Haley, you need to use the bathroom. Seriously, they don't need water? I mean, okay. Inventory. Just get to level 10 fishing skill here. Just go fishing. I'll make her happy too. She likes fishing, so it'll fill up her fun. Oh, she still needs to identify, and then go to the bathroom. And we're about to just sell all of them and be done with it. Because we have them planted right there. Okay. Thank you. We don't care no more. We are going to put the parsley and the sage and the strawberry in the fridge. She's using the basil as bait for fishing. Do we have any fish that we can use for bait? Clean out spoiled food. And go fishing. You are doing your homework, and then you are going to get leftovers. Travis is still napping. We need the Blue Morpho Butterfly. You can get it in any of the 3 regions, the campgrounds, the forest, or the deep woods where the hermit lives. You can get it day or evening. So we are going to go to the woods, to the forest, because that's the largest area. So there will be more spawn points. Ooh, we caught a new fish. Pause. Inventory, correct person. Kissing Wormy we already had. It's right here. But the koi is new. So we go into the collections. And the koi is the middle one on the top. It was the only one we were still missing on the top. So we mount it and place it where it belongs. And until we add a new pack, this won't change. The format of this won't change. But the arrangement of all of them will change every time almost every time we get a new pack. Because more fish get added. As soon as we get all of the base game ones, I believe, we get the plaque, and that's when we'll move the fish to the retail store. Same for the plants. We'll get the when we get this little plaque for collecting everything, then it goes to the store. She got home about 47 minutes ago. We weren't paying attention. Reached level 7 programming, caught an apple, homework complete. She is currently doing nothing. She is fishing. She is good to go. And I just want to check something with him real quick. Can he now program make mobile app? That would probably work for the make app to finish his thing. Okay. But we're going to tell him to not do that for right now. And we want him to go to the bathroom real quick before we leave. Use the bathroom. And you can stop fishing and come over here with Mom. And you can come over here with Mom. Nope, you need to go to the bathroom. And you're on the ground floor, so you're going to use this. Use this bathroom. And then come over here. When you're done using the bathroom, you come over here. All right. And all three of you, we're going to go for 2 days to the campground. And Haley's going to get her own tent, we think. That needs to go away for the weekend. We will pick up all of the nodes and whatnot. Granite Falls. Campground. Select. 2 days. Go. Blue Morpho Butterfly. When we have the Blue Morpho Butterfly, we're going to move on to the next pack. We still haven't made all of the salves and lotions and potions and whatnot. Remedies. We haven't made all the remedies yet. But that's easier to do after we have the cloning machine for those rarer insects. We'll see what we can do without the cloning machine, but I don't see any reason not to go forward after we've collected everything. So we're actually not going to set up here. We are going to go directly to the forest and set up for the night over there. Okay. If we go over onto the actual lot, we can... Oh, we forgot to buy a tent. Okay. That's okay. We're going to test this first. Inventory, it's all in Haley's inventory. Put down this tent on the back of the lot. Put the cooler down next to the... Why didn't that work? Put the cooler down next to the grill. Put the shower down over there. Put the light on the middle of this table. And then you sleep. You sleep. You sleep. You go here. And now you sleep. Okay, the 4 do fit. I don't know what was going on last time. Maybe there was already a stranger in the tent? Okay, no new tent needed. We're not sure what caused that. We are waiting till 2 a.m. It is 2 a.m. Everyone is asleep. And we are saving. And I've been going for another hour and a half without a break. And my tea is cold, so I'm going to heat up my tea and use the loo. And I'll be back to look for the Blue Morpho Butterfly. That's what we want. The Blue Morpho Butterfly. Thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Got my tea. I'm ready to go. My timer says 3 hours and 22 minutes into the stream, so we'll take another break around 4.5 hours, or when I have to shut down the stream or shut down the game in order to activate Get to Work. Let's see. We are fast forwarding until somebody wakes up. We've got Zienna is about to wake up. All right, Zienna, take a shower, use the bathroom, and then why don't you cook up some breakfast for everybody? You can do a breakfast scramble, so do that. And next one to get up is going to be Travis. He's going to take a shower, use the bathroom, and then sit here. Next up is going to be Ashlyn. Take a shower, use the bathroom, sit here, and then take shower, use the bathroom, sit here. And you are going to grab a serving.
Wow. Florid.
Grab a serving.
Oh, wait.
I'm going to move that there. And you are going to grab a serving. And now that you have a serving and you have a serving, you're going to tell an outrageous story. And you are going to check in on your wife. And now you are going to grab a serving.
Imka Floof?
And enthuse about the outdoors. And brighten day. Get them talking around the breakfast table. You're going to grab a serving after you've gotten sat down. Then you're going to apologize to your dad for something. Discuss interests with your sister. And talk about cooking.
Oh.
And now everybody's talking. And let's just watch for whoever finishes first. Travis finished first. Okay, now we'll send Travis after these insects. And we'll send her after these insects. And send her after these insects. And Haley is still working on her fishing, so she's going to fish. She's going to go over here and go fishing. Travis Scott is going to go out this way looking for more insects. Go here. There's supposed to be a spot right here. Under one of these trees. We're not picking up plants. Collect those insects. Collect those insects.
Smolip Lamena. Jasapa Fri. Wasamu Yavon.
Collect those insects. Come on, butterfly. Go fishing. Then you.
Apium.
Collect those insects. Dig up that. On a whim. Huh. I guess this counts as a social event. I was on pause. I don't see insects because they don't move while I'm on pause. How long have I been on pause? Grr, 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 arg. You are going to fishing. Okay, you are going to go over here and what? Go here. Okay, don't go here. Stay where you are. Oh, you're already. Cloud gaze. Alright. Where are you? Why are you just hanging out there? Let's take you to go fishing.
Pelegi. Huh?
Okay. You're fishing, you're cloud gazing, you're fishing. You are looking for bugs. And you are going to start with whatever's over in this group of foliage. Because there's always something here. There we go. Collect those insects. So the reason I'm going around and picking up every insect instead of just the Blue Morpho Butterfly that we are looking for is twofold. One, where'd it go? It was a rare bug. Where'd it go? Aw, it despawned. Most of them don't despawn like that and replace with something else. In order to get the spot to replace, you have to wait for a change in conditions, like a daytime bug will go away if it gets to evening. Or you have to clear the insect and then it's likely to respawn something else. So I'm going through picking up everything so that hopefully a Blue Morpho Butterfly will spawn. Because it's a common type of bug, I'm likely to get 2 or 3 of them off of one spot. The Blue Morpho Butterfly is easy to spot because it is, hey, guess what? Blue. So moving blue, we're gonna cancel every other task and run after them so that we don't get very lucky and they despawn. Very unlucky and they despawn. But we have to clear out and get others to get them to spawn. That was a woodpecker. So each butterfly spot will attract some type of butterfly. Now I know a spot where they spawn relatively often compared to other spots in the deep wood where the hermit lives. And so if by tonight we don't have one, we will go into the deep wood. I think the dragonfly is going to come back so I can catch it. Only got one of those at home.
Ifda.
And if we have to come back again next weekend, we are going to figure out how to cheat this. If we've been looking for this bloody butterfly, and last weekend we were looking for this and the stink bug, that was it. We got the stink bug. We got like 12 of them. But not the butterfly. And we are going to make it happen. Somehow. There's a possibility we'll have to download a room with one on display from the gallery. In order she just teleported and lost all her tasks. So we're going to go back to him. and grab those insects. And there was something on the ground over here that we had her going after. That we'll never find again. Okay. Okay.
Navarro. Bandoli.
Done deal. Suit soda. Bam. Kebab.
It's getting to be evening. Yep, evening. Fireflies. Rainbow fireflies. Monarch butterflies. So we are apparently going to be packing up and going to the deep woods tonight. We might as well... Oh, we want those. Dust sprites. They're rare, and they're used in one of the... I think the fertility concoction. Alright, so we need Haley to pick up the camping gear and go looking for the deep, and we'll have Deanna go looking for the deep wood after she gets the last of these bugs. Boy, I hate finding this, trying to find this thing. Okay, it goes that way. It's supposed to be back here. Not there. It's gotta be over here somewhere. It's got a fire leaf in front of it, and there it is. Explore. You are going to use the bathroom. Clean up that. You are going to use bathroom. Are going to use that bathroom. And we're going to head over to the use the bathroom. Explore.
You shall. Oh. Torka.
You've got a task.
Brashdo.
Ambira.
Navi Shabrim.
Oh.
Elfries Dorva.
Rolas.
Plemba
Oh,
Maydi.
One more day for the Okay, so Blue Morpho Butterfly is only one of 2 or 3 that spawn at the end of the rock, pointing to the fishing spot in the Hermit's Deep Wood. So, hopefully, it will spawn there today. Or, today, because it's 1 a.m. Let's bring all these people here. And we go to the Hermit's house. And we set up camp outside his back door. So Haley needs to go here first so that she can unload the camping gear. Travis needs to have a seat here. Sienna needs to grill camper stew. Haley is going there and needs to sit here. I made him immortal so that he'd stay the hermit. But he's not the hermit anymore. this person is. So, okay. So previously there was a bug that if the hermit died, he or she wouldn't be replaced. And so no future generation would be able to complete the aspiration. They've apparently fixed that. And he apparently went and found a different job. Which explains why Deanna couldn't get the recipe off of him the last time he visited the house. So we need to unimmortalize him somehow. I think we have to wait until he's present to do that. But there's one remedy recipe that you get off the hermit. They're all sparkling because they can be harvested. Or because they're new. Not because they can be evolved, I don't think. Yeah, she can't evolve them. Okay. Pause. Haley, I want you to put down the tent. Place in world. You're gonna place it way over there. Okay. And this is the back of the tent, so you are going to go here and place a shower. Because we're not on a buildable lot, I can't put them down. I have to have them place them. And now that that's done, let's have you sit here and grab a serving. Mom, sit here and grab a serving. Grab a serving. And grab a serving.
Dummies, no.
And enthused about new show. Check in on Ashlyn. Debate game strategy. Are you gonna sit back down? How about you?
Oh, Kapubna?
Inta.
Granau Sherpa?
Epnivores.
Shishibo. Esenoi har creep. Samay.
Oh, thou bow.
Oh, Shusha.
Noi.
And Haley's done eating. She needs to get her social up. So she really needs to talk to these people.
Boombraza? Huh? Yes.
Philly. Dog dags. Yeah.
So.
Shusha. Nami.
Lord. Liddish. Huh?
Who doesn't need social?
Nish.
Huh.
Loma.
You don't need social.
Heen
Put away the
Oku
leftovers.
Brabna.
Piguna.
And then go to sleep. And it's already 4 a.m. Oops. Nope, those are Luna moths. And then back over here somewhere. Oh. Okay, that's that. So that's that. So it's right here. Blue Morpho Butterfly. Stop, you who did not go to sleep. No, you who did go to sleep and can jog. Jog here and collect those insects. Go to sleep. Don't despawn, don't despawn, don't despawn. Don't despawn. 3 Blue Morpho Butterflies collection complete. We don't have to come back to Granite Falls. We don't have to. We can start the next pack. We can start the next pack. We can start the next pack. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. The important one is learning the... What is her level in herbalism? Herbalism. Level 4. What is hers? Lower on level 4. What is his? He doesn't have one. Okay, so she's probably going to make all of our remedies. And we can do that while we're working on the other... While Travis is going to stop being a programmer. Now, hold on. Okay, if Travis becomes a scientist, Travis is already... He has 35 days, just 5 weeks, to finish that career. In order to get all the inventions. He has to get all the way up to level 10 scientist. We could wait until Ashlyn is an adult to start the scientist career and have Travis or Sienna do one of the other careers. Now, here's the thing. You can actually max the scientist career, without ever going to work. You can send him alone, do his breakthroughs at night, and have him work hard, him or her, work hard every day, and you end up with a level 10 scientist in 3 to 4 weeks, and then you just have to cram making all of the things and upgrading them before you die. And hope he doesn't get burnt out somewhere in the middle. The police and the doctor, you have to go with them. But I don't think there's anything with the doctor that we need to collect for... I mean, we may eventually do that career, but I don't think there's anything that we need to make life easier in the future. I think scientist is the only one that blessed cloning machine. Not to mention some of the serums are useful, like the need filler. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do a poll. I'm going to take a nice long break. And we're going to do another poll. And we are going to... Who is the scientist? And we are going to go to the calendar real quick. We're going to pull the calendar up over here. Calendar. So that you can see how long it's going to take. She could become the scientist there. She could become the scientist here, but we're not planning on keeping Haley. So I don't think she's a good option. So do we want it to be Sienna, who is currently a athlete, and hates handiness. Travis, who is currently a programmer. Or Ashlyn. Ashlyn normal aging? Or do we want to do Ashlyn aged as soon as a student? Okay, so I'm tempted. I actually have no idea. So if y'all don't have any input, then we are going to probably roll a die because the D4 die exists, and we'll do it in this order, whatever it lands on. So calendar's up in the background, so you can see how long the aging would take. And I can't scroll it down, but if I go out of the calendar real quick, Sienna has 37 days until she's an elder, and Travis has 35, so there's really not a huge difference between how much time they would have. They're going to have about 5 weeks. So it's a week and a half to get started. No, she'll be a teen for 3 weeks. So it's either 5 weeks to get started or 5 weeks to get finished. Or, since we don't have to go to Granite Falls anymore, as soon as we finish her childhood aspiration and she's an A student, as soon as she's finished her childhood aspiration, we age her up to teen, and as soon as she's an A student, we age her up to young adult and have her join the scientist career. And we get her to an A so that she starts at level 3. So that would be the aged as soon as A student. Ashlyn, normal aging, it would take 5 weeks. Travis and Sienna can start now, but they only have 5 weeks to finish. So those are our options. Use the chat, and I'll be back after I have a little break, and hopefully y'all will have chimed in. Okay, bit of an update. I asked the siblings, and I have one vote for normal aging, and while we're waiting for her to age up, we play another type of career with probably Travis, because Ziana is going to be doing the herbalism thing. Or Ziana, because she's the head of the household and she can do both. Who knows? We'll figure that out later. And I've got one vote for Ashlyn, aged as soon as she's an A student. Rush through her aging process and then have her be the scientist. Either way, we're going to have Ashlyn being the scientist. So the vote is now Ashlyn normal aging or Ashlyn Ashlyn aged early. So let's I'll let this sit while I make my tea, and hopefully I'll have some input in the chat. Pretty please? With sugar on top? Please? Okay, that's the end of me begging. Okay, so since I got no response from the live viewers, we are going to... We're going to roll the die. We're going to roll the die we said we were going to roll. If I Alt-Tab to here, I can pull up Google. I could have done it on my phone without messing up my computer. And we're going to go open a new tab and go 1D2 enter. And okay, the smallest one they have is a 1D4. So we're going to do evens get speed aging, odds don't. And we roll, and we got a 3, so we're not speed aging. Okay, easy peasy. So, first step is she goes back to bed. That's the first step. Wow, what's she doing? I should have told her to jog there.
Huh.
So she's slouching her way there. Okay. And we're gonna save now, even though it's after 6, because we didn't save before then, or at least I don't remember saving before then. But more importantly, we've finished the collection since then, so we're saving now. Who will wake up first? Not her. Not him. Maybe her. Definitely her. She's gonna take a shower. Then use the bathroom. Brush her teeth. And get leftovers.
Yabby Horm.
She's not really hungry, but she can get leftovers anyways. And then she's gonna come down here, and you have to be looking at this sign to click on it. And go fishing. And then she'll be the next one up, I'm pretty sure. Nope, Travis will. So Travis can take a shower. Use the bathroom. Brush his teeth. Get leftovers. And go fishing. Pause. Travis has got a phone call. Excellent. Didn't actually need to know that, though. There's... Okay, she likes fishing, gardening, cooking, and fitness. So after she's done that, she can go jogging, and then we'll see how she's feeling. She... Hello, Zoe Lewis. Very glad to meet you. Glad to have you along. We haven't actually made the decision on our last poll, so if you'd like to give your 2 cents worth, we have 2 tied options right now. We had to roll a die to decide between them because I didn't have any votes from the chat. So we are about to finish Outdoor Retreat because we have collected all of the insects, all of the fish, and all of the plants. Yana is going to continue working on her herbalism skill in order to produce all of the remedies. But she's going to do that while we are raising Ashlyn. And Ashlyn, we're going to, as soon as we get home and get everybody in bed tonight in game, we're going to shut the game down and activate Get to Work. We're at that point in the stream. So we are going to either play Travis as either a police officer or a doctor while Ashlyn grows up normally, or we're going to rush Ashlyn through her childhood aspiration and then rush her to get an A in high school and have her graduate and become the scientist. And either way, when she graduates high school, she will become the scientist, hopefully starting at level 3 in the career. So our options are, does Ashlyn age quickly, or does Ashlyn get her childhood? If Ashlyn gets her childhood, does Travis become a doctor or a cop? That's what we want to know. So put your 2 cents worth in the chat. Ashlyn, of course, is the child here, and this is Travis Scott, the dad. He's one of the BFFs. We married Travis Scott this time around. She is going to go fishing, and we are paying attention to her. Yes, she likes fishing, but why did she stop? The fish in this area are too crafty. Do it anyways. Go fishing. What's she doing? She's going fishing, but she's not. She is going to go jogging, and then we're going to have her talk to Cheerful Introduction. We're trying to get her fun up. She enjoys cooking, gardening, fishing, and fitness. And so we've got the rest of them fishing. Ashlyn caught a sage and got to level 2 fishing. How's Haley doing on her fishing skill? Oh, she's almost finished her aspiration. That's nice. Yeah, we know, sweetheart, but you're gonna fish here anyways. Go fishing. And you need to answer the phone. Yeah, but I have to make you not an immortal anymore, but go for it. Sienna. Oh, she's, okay, not gonna talk to her. After she's done jogging, she's going to, get leftovers. Vacation ending in 4 hours. I need you to do a cheerful introduction to this woman right here. We've got everything packed up. All right. We are going to do friendly, deep thoughts, deep conversation, talk about herbalism, enthuse about outdoors, check in, brighten day. What I wanted to do was cloud gaze, but apparently we're going to stargaze when I get it to... She's in the water. It's making me hard to click on her. Brighten day. Talk about herbalism. More choices. Friendly. Deep thoughts. Deep conversation. Chat here. More choices. Friendly. Deep thoughts. Stargaze. More choices. Friendly. Deep thoughts. Stargaze. And they are both now underwater, I'm pretty sure. So drowning is not a thing in the river. And we are going to cancel and end vacation. Okay, let's get everybody in bed, and then we are going to shut down the game, and I will go to James Turner's website and get the code for activating get to work. And then, well, and then get to work. Week 5 ended with another vacation, probably our last for a while, to Granite Falls. Began late Friday evening. Then we started week 6 over the weekend, and we finished the insect collection before coming home Sunday night. Okay, and it doesn't look like Joey had an opinion on whether or not Ashlyn should be quick raised or slow raised, and so slow raised won the dice roll, so we'll stick with that one. And Travis needs to get a new job. So, is Travis getting a job as a police officer or as a doctor? So, we're going to do another dice roll. Evens for doctor, odds for police officer, alphabetical order. And I type here into Google as soon as he gives me the option, 1d4. And it rolls a 4. So he's going to be a police officer. And so he is going to, we have to start the, we have to, yeah, he'll yeah. We have to wait till 2 a.m. to restart the game. The reason I do it that way is because the game stops events and X blah 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 at 2 a.m. and restarts the day at 6 a.m. So if you stop sometime between 2 and 6, you're less likely to end up with a bug when you come back in. So Travis is just going to go to bed on this side of the bed, sleep there. She is just going to go to bed. She is going to get some leftovers and go to bed. And she is going to go to bed. In fact, before she goes to bed, let's have her clean up. I'll go to sleep. And they'll use this bathroom for the first time in the morning. Okay, so this is a first for me in The Sims 4. So with the latest update, we get the burglar. And it looks like we have Scott Cano coming in here, but we have a burglar alarm. And so it should call the cops, but I guess Mom is biggest in fitness. So let's have her call the police station. And she's going to confront the burglar. And we probably should have locked our door. Confront the burglar. Hey, the police officer has to win.
Septic jizz. Health and the meat, Manoia. Skibberoo, skibberoo. Noosh, noosh, gunay.
So what happens when they leave?
Yelk. Naba hui.
The burglar has been caught. Okay. So everybody goes back to bed now. And we're just gonna watch what's going on here. Well, that's the job well done. We caught the burglar red-handed. Your vigilance kept the neighborhood safe. Excellent work. Okay, cool. Yes, clear the posts, and it's after 2 a.m. and everybody's asleep. So let's clear out inventories. School book, Monarch Butterfly we already had. This bass is in good condition. Those are probably all in good condition. They were caught today. That was caught today. That was caught today. That was caught today. She's got a medal here that I don't believe we have in our collection. Unless this is it. Nope. So let's medals. It's 2 over from the death medal. And she caught some sage. We've already got that in the garden. So it just goes in the fridge. You have been fishing the whole weekend, so not all of this is still... That one's good. That one sells. Did we get any new fish this time around? No. No new fish. No new fish. Okay. Foul, foul, excellent, good, foul, great. All of those are foul. All of those are foul. That one's great. 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 Foul. Great. Foul. Parsley. Sage. Strawberry. Apple. Quick select. Okay. There's no reason for us to sell the camping gear. It was a big part of our life for more than 5 weeks. So we don't necessarily want to sell it, but we don't need to carry it around anymore either. So what we're going to do is go over here to the back of the lot and put we're going to go over here to the we didn't leave anywhere to put this tent. Build mode. We're gonna grab this roof and move it this way, just temporarily, so that we can put the tent here, and then we'll pick all it up and fix the roof again. Tent, shower, cooler, porch, lantern, and then that's leaving her with what's supposed to be in her inventory. Then Sienna has somewhere in here 3 Blue Morpho Butterflies. That goes there. And the rest of it goes in here. And the only insect we only have one of, the walking stick, which is used in a recipe. The walking stick. Four dust sprites. How many will-o'-the-wisps? 2 will-o'-the-wisp, but only 1 walking stick. This is going to go to her because she's going to be a scientist. And moving on to Travis. He is going to add Firefly and Mosquito to that box. And then great quality of that. Good quality of that. Great quality of that. Great quality. Great quality. Great quality. Foul, foul. Cow plant berries go up here. In this. And we will sell all of that. All right, then we go into build mode. And we save all of this and put the roof back where it belongs. Go back to live mode. And before we go out, we claim the next milk carton. and place it there. And we make sure everybody's inventory is where it belongs. And then oh! Okay. I'm glad I know how to do this. Now we will do this so that we can keep these. And we'll go ahead and make the time travel component when we get back in. She's got 5 days of vacation. She's got 3 days of vacation. She's got none. And he's got 4. But he's about to change careers, so he'll have the day off anyways. But I'm thinking about having her take a vacation day to do the inventing the past stuff. Okay. All right. Save. And now this is an important step when I change packs. I want to preserve this game in case something goes wrong. So I save the game under its current name. But then I also go into save as. And I add a new save that starts off the same. Copy that. Add save. Starts off the same as this one, but it has get to work behind it. And this is our new save. So this is the one that will automatically load when we come in next time. And at the moment, these two are identical. But this one is using Outdoor Retreat, all packs up to Outdoor Retreat. And this one is going to be using all packs up to Get to Work, which is Outdoor Retreat and Get to Work. So we exit game. And because we're going into a new pack, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here and start a new one up in about 30 minutes or an hour. I'm going to get the game. I'm gonna get the game situated out so that it can have the new pack in it, and I'm gonna eat some dinner, and then I will see y'all for Get to Work.